Good afternoon, councillors, members of the gallery and staff. My name is Melissa Boxall. I am the General Manager at Temora Shire Council, and this afternoon we have our first council meeting for the new term of the 2024 council. As this is the first council meeting, we will be electing the positions of Mayor and Deputy Mayor, and that will be the first order of business this afternoon. So we will be commencing with report 7.1, which is the election of the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. As returning officer, I now invite nominations for the position of Mayor for Temora Shire Council for a 2-year period. In accordance with the Local Government General Regulation 2021, 2 or more councillors may nominate a councillor, one of whom may be the nominee for the position of Mayor. Nominations must be in writing and the nominee must consent to the nomination in writing. At this point in time, I've received 1 nomination for the position of Mayor. Are there any other nominations? The nomination I've received for the role of Mayor is for Councillor Rick Furman, and as there is only 1 nominee for the role of Mayor, I declare that Councillor Rick Furman is elected as Mayor for the ensuing 2 years. Congratulations, Mayor Furman. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam General Manager and councillors and staff and members of the gallery. I do thank you very much for the vote of confidence and support that you've given to me. I know that, like you all, that we'll work hard and give 100% to the citizens of Temora Shire. But I do thank you very, very much indeed, and I will leave it at that. Thank you, Madam General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Furman. As returning officer, I now invite nominations for the position of Deputy Mayor for Temora Shire Council for a 2-year period. In accordance with the Local Government General Regulation 2021, 2 or more councillors may nominate a councillor, one of whom may be the nominee for the position of Deputy Mayor. Nominations must be in writing and the nominee must consent to their nomination in writing. At this point in time, I have received 1 nomination for the position of Deputy Mayor. Are there any other nominations? The nomination I have received is for Councillor Graham Sinclair. As there is only 1 nominee for the role of Deputy Mayor, I declare that Councillor Graham Sinclair is elected as Deputy Mayor for the ensuing 2 years. Congratulations, Deputy Mayor Sinclair. Would you like to say a few words?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank the councillors for the backing and so forth. I hope this term of council goes well. A few new faces, so it's a bit of a learning curve for some of us, I suppose. But you're part of a good council, so I don't think you have any trouble. So thank you.
Can I ask for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation where it was resolved that Council accepts the positions of Mayor and Deputy Mayor as elected for the 2-year period? The position, sorry. Councillor Belinda Bushwell. Councillor Judd. I put the motion. All those in favour? Any against? I declare that carried. I will now vacate the position of chairperson and invite the Mayor, Rick Furman, to take over chairing of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam General Manager, councillors, members of the gallery. Thank you very much again. I particularly am proud to be elected again to this role in a new term of council, and I warmly congratulate the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, on your re-election. I think you're an outstanding individual, and I'm very proud to work beside you, so thank you very much. And also to our returning councillors, Councillor Bushell, Councillor Irvine, Councillor Judd. Again, I'm very, very grateful that you have put your hand up and that you've been again re-elected to return to this chamber. And to our new councillors, Councillor Hawken, Councillor Mann, and Councillor Smith is returning after spending over 26 and a half years returning back to the chamber. But to all of you, we warmly congratulate you, and it is a significant honour for us to assume. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Councillor Jukic, I do beg your pardon. Of course, it is a special privilege, and I know that every time you walk through that chamber door, you'll feel a tremendous sense of pride, and we know that you will all do your best, and that's all that anyone can ask. So again, thank you very much. I think it's an exciting time for Temora Shire, and we've achieved a heck of a lot, but there's a heck of a lot more to do, and I know with the support of councillors, the staff in our community will continue to achieve great things. So again, I do thank you. Next, councillors, on the agenda, of course, we need to have a recess for our team photo. So we will go into recess for a moment, so we will resume presently. Thank you.
All right, mate, on behalf of the Temora Christian leaders, thank you for the opportunity of opening your meeting in prayer. So let us pray. Father in heaven, thank you that you love us, that you care, and you hear our prayers. We thank you for this beautiful part of the world that we call Temora Shire. Thank you for all who volunteer in our community and those who put in the extra effort to make our community flourish. We pray that what unites us as a community will be stronger than what divides us. We thank you for the upcoming Warbirds Air Show. Thank you for the life, energy, and money it injects into our local economy. We pray that many will have a good time and for the safety of all pilots and staff. We pray for our farmers in the lead up to harvest. In light of the frost a couple of weeks ago, we pray for those who have had crop devastated. We pray that as a community, we come together to support those who are struggling. We pray that those in need of mental health support would be willing to engage with appropriate health professionals. Thank you that some farmers have been spared the worst of the frost. And finally, we thank you that you are the one who appoints governments to rule over people, and one day they will be accountable to you. We thank you that we live in a democracy where transition of government happens smoothly without violence. Thank you for all our council staff and elected councillors. Please be with them as they meet today. Help them to lead as Christ led, not to be served, but to serve and give his life as a sacrifice for many. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. They're beautiful words in which to start the new term of council, and again, thank you for your support and that of the Temora Christian leaders. Councillors, we now go to our acknowledgement of country. As we begin our meeting today, Temora Shire Council acknowledge the traditional owners of Temora Shire's land and waters, the Wiradjuri people. And we acknowledge their continued connection to country and culture, and we pay our heartfelt respects to elders both past and present, acknowledging their contribution to the Temora Shire community, a place we all call home. Thank you, councillors. We don't have any apologies. Any declaration of any interest at this time? No. Public presentations? No. Confirmation of the last minutes of Temora Shire Council. So, Madam General Manager, I'm assuming that that will have to come from re-elected councillors? Yeah, thank you. So, for those re-elected councillors, could I have a motion confirming the 15th of August minutes of Temora Shire Council be received as true and correct? Thank you, Councillor Bushell. Second for the motion, please. Thank you. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, moved. Seconded. All those of that opinion, please say aye. All those of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Now, councillors, Madam General Manager, any matters arising from those minutes, please?
No, through you, Mr Mayor, nothing arising.
Thank you. Now, we don't have a mayoral minute. We go to our business paper, page 14, 7.2, committees and delegates. Now, just again for our new councillors, of course, when you wish to speak, you press the talking button, and then that will, even if you see someone else with it on, it'll put you in a queue, and so we'll get to you, of course. So, and again, if there's anything at all that you need that you're not sure of, please ask, either during the meeting, after the meeting, or any time, because all of us are here to help each other. Councillors, 7.2, committees and delegates, 2024-2025. And you see there is a report there that the General Manager has written. So before I go through each of the committees, does the General Manager wish to make any remarks?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The things I probably would highlight to the council is that in terms of the past number of delegates, they have been noted in red throughout the document so that councillors can see how many councillors previously had been nominated to each of the committees. However, if we don't get that number moving forward, that's okay. It just gives you a bit of a feel and indication for what we've done previously. The other piece that I'd probably like to draw to the council's attention is when we were compiling the document, the staff noted that the signage and also the roads hierarchy committee, that a lot of the content of those particular committees could be considered under the assets and operations committee, or alternatively that they could become sunset committees and are called upon as required, as opposed to having them as regular standalone committees, and that is for council's determination should they wish to take up either of those options. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Madam General Manager. So, councillors, you've heard from the General Manager in relation to signage and roads hierarchy committee. I just wonder whether we tease that out first and come to some sort of resolution, then we can go through each of our other committees. But what I would say, councillors, again, there's no pressure for you to serve on a multitude, particularly for our new councillors, where, as the General Manager said, you see 2s and 3s sometimes. Well, we can get through with 1 for the community committees, as long as you have at least an alternate. But we just don't want you to be overwhelmed, and you can also attend as an observer, as I know some councillors have done over the time. Councillor Judd, Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I was just going to move the recommendation with that saying that the signage committee and the roads hierarchy be placed into the assets and ops.
So I'm going to take that as a separate motion, then I'm going to take a separate motion for the appointment of the other committee. So you're happy to move that way, Councillor Bushell, that we put the signage committee and the roads hierarchy committee into the assets and operations committee. Thank you. Second for the motion, please. Thank you. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, moved and seconded. Discussion. Councillor Judd.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As a long-term former member of the Roads Hierarchy Committee, I was chairman for a number of years. I'm disappointed that we haven't had a meeting for probably even the last 2 terms, even though we're supposed to have one every year. But I haven't pushed it because I know our staff have been under the pump very well to do it. But I know when we had the roads hierarchy before, especially when you're a rural council, you really get to know the background to why council is doing certain roads and what preference of other roads. And I don't think we really get a chance to do that at an assets meeting. And, whether we, have a session on or not, but the work we used to do in roads hierarchy, I think we still don't want to lose. I think that's, as a council, we need that background information.
Thanks, Councillor Judd. And perhaps we could just, on that point, the council could also perhaps have a workshop dedicated to roads in lieu of that committee if this motion gets up. So thanks, Councillor Judd. Any further discussion on the motion before us? If not, I'll put that motion to you. All those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. And declare the motion carried. Thank you. So, councillors, now we'll go through each committee here. And let's start at the top on page 15. The external committees, number 1, the Local Emergency Management Officer, which is the General Manager. So that's good as gold. Number 2, the Riverina Eastern Regional Organisation of Councils, REROC, which is the Mayor and alternate delegate plus the General Manager. Now, I think Councillor Judd, you've been the alternate delegate to REROC. So, Councillor Judd, any other? Councillor Bushell.
I'd just like to nominate Councillor Judd if that's what we're meant to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have nominations. Yeah. Thank you. So Councillor Bushell has nominated Councillor Judd as the alternate. Councillor Judd, you accept? Yes. Further nominations for the REROC alternate delegate? If not, I declare Councillor Judd the alternate delegate to the REROC board, and thank you, Councillor Judd. Number 3. We go to the Riverina Regional Library Service Board. We need 1 councillor, we need 1 alternate, and of course the Director of Administration and Finance as well sits on that board. Is there interest or is there a nomination? The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Bushell for the position.
Thank you. Councillor Bushell has been nominated as the delegate to sit on the Riverina Regional Library Service Board. Does Councillor Bushell accept?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bushell has accepted the nomination. Are there further nominations? Further nominations? If not, I declare Councillor Bushell elected as Temora Shire Council's representative on the Riverina Regional Library Service Board. Congratulations, Councillor Bushell. Number 4, the Bland Temora Bushfire Zoning Liaison Committee. We need 1 delegate and an alternate to join the General Manager and the Director of Finance and Administration. Nominations, I think it was the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Judd, or was it Councillor Smith in years gone by? Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, before I go, councillors, I apologise. I omitted the alternate delegate for Riverina Library. I beg your pardon. So I'm going back to the Riverina Regional Library Service for an alternate delegate when Councillor Bushell is unable to attend. Is there an alternate? I mean, I've never been involved with the RRL board, but I'm happy to be Councillor Bush's alternate if that will assist for this 12 months while everyone's getting their feet on the ground. So, someone prepared to... Thank you. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Furman for the position of the alternate delegate for the Riverina Regional Library Service.
Thank you. Thank you. I accept that position. Further nominations for alternate delegate? No further nominations. Then I declare the Mayor has the alternate delegates roll to the RRL board. Thank you. Now we go back to, and I thank the Director for his help, the Bushfire Zoning Liaison Committee, that we need a delegate and an alternate. Councillor Bushell.
I'd like to nominate if they accept Councillor Sinclair as a delegate and Councillor Smith as the alternate delegate.
Thank you. Mr Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, do you accept the nomination to be Temora Shire's representative on the Bland Temora?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith as the alternate. Thank you. So both the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair and Councillor Smith have accepted the nomination as delegate and alternate respectively. Is there further nominations, please? No further nominations? If not, I declare the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair and Councillor Smith duly elected as a delegate and alternate respectively. Thank you and congratulations. Number 5, the Golden Fields Water County Council Board of Directors. We have one representative that sits on that board from Temora Shire that is for a 4-year term. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd like to nominate Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair has certainly been the incumbent over the last several years. Mr Deputy Mayor, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Further nominations to sit on the Golden Fields Water County Council Board? Further nominations? If not, I declare the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, the delegate from Temora Shire to sit on the Golden Fields Water County Council Board. Congratulations, Mr Deputy Mayor. And I think particularly just as well you're elected because I understand that they're all new board members at this point. So anyway, all the best with that. Thank you. We next go to Temora Shire Council's Traffic Committee. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've done some research on this and apparently Councillor Smith was on this committee prior to Max, so I'd like to nominate Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Councillor Bushell. Yes, you're right. Councillor Smith did sit on that years ago. I also sit on it, councillors, as the State Member of Parliament's representative. And there's also a council representative, a police representative, the Transport for New South Wales representative, and there's 4 voting. Council, MPs rep, Transport for New South Wales, police. So there's 4 there plus the engineering team and they meet quarterly. So, Councillor Smith, you're happy to be placed? Thank you. Any further nominations for the Temora Traffic Committee delegates? One we need to select. If not, I declare Councillor Smith elected as our delegate to sit on that committee. Congratulations, Councillor Smith. Let's go to number 7, the Riverina Eastern Noxious Weed Authority. One delegate to join the Director of Environmental Services. Not quite sure who the incumbent was. Is that the Deputy Mayor? He looks anxious to have that roll back. Councillor Bushell?
I was going to go Councillor Mann if he would be interested in being on a committee.
So, Councillor Mann, are you interested?
What do you actually do with the Riverina Eastern Noxious Weed Authority? What do they actually do?
So, thank you, Councillor Mann. I'll ask the Director of Environmental Services to respond.
We manage the contract of Robert Ferguson Management Services, amongst other things, and we deal with the LLS and the Department of Primary Industry and argue for some funding and trying to reduce some of the red tape. It's a ball of fun.
So, Councillor Mann, use the microphone, please.
How often are the meetings, Chris?
Every 3 months.
And we must use our titles of staff and councillors. Thanks, Councillor Mann. So the Director, thank you for that clarity. It's important for our councillors to learn about how these operate. So Councillor Mann, you've been nominated by Councillor Bushell. Do you wish to accept?
Yes.
Thank you. So are there further nominations? If there's not any further nominations, then I declare Councillor Mann appointed as a delegate to the Riverina Eastern Noxious Weed Authority. Congratulations, Councillor Mann. Number 8, the Lachlan Regional Transport Committee. We need one delegate there. Now, I think Councillor Judd, you've been the delegate on that, but I'm not sure how active that committee is. Councillor Judd.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. No, the times and the venues never suited me on those. Anyway, I'm sort of, and there was some debate even amongst the committee whether they're going to keep going anyway, but I'm not available this time.
No. Thanks, Councillor Judd. So, councillors, look, I think Councillor Judd, you'd agree that it's not the most active of committees. I mean, although it does meet, but it doesn't seem to, we don't hear much about them.
Maybe because we've got high dreams of opening new railway lines and all this, and a lot of things are probably never going to happen, so it's, yeah.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
I think when Dale Winkie was a councillor, he took an interest in that and he used to attend the meetings. I think that's the only reason why it was pushed to that one stage.
Thank you. Well, if we don't fill that position, we can remain open, Madam General Manager, and we can fill that if there is an interest at some point. So we'll carry that one over. Now, the number 9, the Riverina Joint Organisation, one delegate required. So the Riverina Joint Organisation still continues to exist, but it is in hiatus at the moment because REROC is the vehicle that we use for our regional collaboration. However, it still exists and the board still does meet. Now, I'm the independent chairman of that board, and the Deputy Mayor has been the board member. So, someone prepared to nominate the Deputy Mayor, or is there an alternate? The Deputy, Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. Councillor Bush has nominated the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, to sit on the Riverina Joint Organisation Board. Does the Deputy Mayor accept?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any further nominations? No further nominations. I declare the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, appointed as Temora Shire's rep on the Riverina JO Board. Congratulations and thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Now, let's go on to the council committees, and the first one, of course, is the most important committee of council, and that is the Assets and Operations Committee. It meets 2 p.m. on committee day, and also has the General Manager that sits on that committee. So, can I please, I think the easiest thing would be is if those that are interested to sit on the Assets and Operations Committee to raise your hands. Thank you. So we have the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mann, Councillor Judd, Councillor Irvine and Councillor Bushell. So just again for those councillors that are not on it, sorry. Oh, I beg your pardon, the Deputy Mayor. I was looking at you. I beg your pardon, the Deputy Mayor. So Councillor Smith, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, Councillor Mann, Councillor Judd, Councillor Irvine and Councillor Bushell. Pardon? Yeah. So just remember that if the other councillors that are not nominated, you're able to sit in on those as observers as well. But again, those are recommendations that will feed back to the council meeting that you will get to debate and consider. And again, if there's items there that you want to tease out further, then members of the committee or the staff are available to talk to you and tease out so you have a further understanding. So could someone please nominate those councillors? Again, the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mann, Councillor Judd, Councillor Irvine and Councillor Bushell. Councillor Bushell, you're nominating?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councillor Smith, Councillor Sinclair, Councillor Mann, Councillor Judd, Councillor Irvine and myself, Councillor Bushell and Councillor Furman.
Thank you. There's no further nominations. I declare those councillors duly appointed to the Assets and Operations Committee, and thank you very much. We go to the Economic Development Visitations Committee that meets generally bi-monthly. So could I have hands raised for those that would like to sit on the Economic Development Visitations Committee, please? So we have the Mayor, Councillor Smith, Councillor Judd and Councillor Bushell. Thank you. Someone prepared to move that direction? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I'll move that way.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, has moved those names to be appointed to that committee, which are the Mayor, Councillor Bushell, Councillor Judd and Councillor Smith. Thank you. I declare them duly appointed. So the roads hierarchy is now part of the assets, but again, can be workshopped as a standalone item. Now, councillors, we have the very, very, very important performance review committee for the General Manager, and the performance review committee has 4 members, which is the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and 2 councillors. So we have a formal review in August, and then we have informal reviews, or at least 2 or 3 during the course of 12 months. So, but we're blessed, councillors, that our General Manager, if we're able to have access, so we can ring her up or knock on the door. So that's a special privilege that I know we don't take for granted. So councillors, we need, obviously the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor sit on that committee, so two councillors. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Bushell.
Thank you. So Councillor Bushell is nominated to fill one of the 2 councillors' positions on the Performance Review Committee. Councillor Bushell, do you accept that nomination, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bushell. The second nomination, Councillor Bushell.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Judd.
Thank you. So Councillor Judd has sat on that panel for previously, and Councillor Judd, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. So Councillor Judd has accepted. There further nominations? No further nominations. If not, I declare Councillor Bushell and Councillor Judd, the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, to form the General Manager's Performance Review Committee. So congratulations and thank you. We go to Local Government Week. Currently we have 2, which is I think the Deputy Mayor and myself. So I'm happy to continue to serve. Councillor Hawken.
I'm happy to serve on that one too, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. So you've got the Mayor, Councillor Hawkins. Further nominations? Further nominations? If not, Councillor Sinclair. Thank you. Councillor Hawkins. Your button, sorry. You'll get in the habit. Thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. So we have the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hawkins. Further nominations? If not, I declare them duly elected, and thank you very much for putting your hand up. We now proceed to the Youth Advisory Committee, and currently we have 2 councillors that sit on that, and again I'm happy to serve. Councillor Bushell. So Councillor Bushell and I served on the previous one. And Councillor Hawkins. Okay, so Councillor Bushell, are you happy to nominate?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to nominate Councillor Hawkins, Councillor Furman and myself, Councillor Bushell.
Thank you very much. The 3 younger ones in the chamber, that's as it should be. Well, that's true. That's true. Thank you very much. So we have Councillor Bushell, Councillor Hawkins and the Mayor to sit on the Youth Advisory Committee. No further nominations. If not, I declare those duly elected, and thank you. The Signage Committee, that goes to Assets and Ops, so that's out. We now go over to page 17, the Statutory Committees. And the ARIC committee, the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. So sometimes we can get into the bad habit of these acronyms, so please please ask if you're not sure what it is. So the ARIC committee, currently one councillor, a non-voting position. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Judd, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Judd, do you accept nomination?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Look forward to a lot of reading now.
Thank you, Councillor Judd. Further nominations? No further nominations. I declare Councillor Judd as Council's member of the ARIC committee. And thank you, Councillor Judd. We go on to the Code of Conduct Committee and recommended that Council adopt the REROC panel of conduct reviewers established by REROC. So we need a motion on that. Yeah. So, Council, I require a motion, please, for Council to adopt that we have that REROC panel of conduct reviewers. Please. Councillor Smith? Move that way?
Move that way.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. The seconder for the motion, Councillor Jugic. Thank you. Moved, seconded. There's no discussion. I'll put the motion. All those of that opinion, please say aye. The contrary, no. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Councillors, we now go to sunset committees. So sunset, of course, they have a limited life, supposedly. The following committees only meet on an as-needs basis and include the General Manager. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have questions on some of the committees as to whether they're still necessary. My question would be firstly the Floodplain Risk Management Committee. I feel like all the hard work has been done by the two delegates in Councillor Judd and ex-Councillor Oliver, and I think now it's mainly for coming to assets and ops for discussion, for anything further for discussion, so I don't see the need for a sunset committee anymore. The aerodrome multi-purpose building, I've never seen in my term any minutes or discussion on this, so I wonder whether there's any need for that as well. But knowing my infancy in the process, maybe there is, and I thought, why wouldn't it be with the aerodrome users? My third question is also with the Public Art Advisory Committee. We have a Section 355 committee for the Imagine Temora. I wonder whether that could be consolidated in part of their processes. And that's my three questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bushell. And this is the time, councillors, annually that we get to tease all of this out during the appointments, whether we continue these committees, whether we merge them, whether we remove them, whatever this council so determines. I'm going to go to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the aerodrome multipurpose building and the floodplain risk management committee, if council is of a mind to no longer have those committees, I think that they would be served through other committees. And so I don't have any concerns with that. The Public Art Advisory Committee, however, has just been established as part of the public art or proposed public art acquisition and disposal policy. And so this committee would only meet on an as-needs basis, and it was deemed to be prudent to have councillors involved in that process for making determinations.
Thank you, Madam General Manager. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, I do now recall this discussion being had by Councillor Reinhold way back when we discussed this, so my apologies.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the question, councillors. Pardon me. The council is happy to see the removal of the sunset committees titled the Aerodrome Multipurpose Building and Floodplain Risk Management Committee. Will you please raise your hands if you're happy to see them removed? Thank you. Well, so I know Councillor Mann was keen to see the numbers reduced, so there you are, Councillor Mann. Now, sorry. Oh, yeah, resolution, please. So, Councillor Bushell, Councillor Mann.
Correct.
Happy to move that way? Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those of that opinion, please say aye. The contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. Pardon me. Councillor, so the Scholarship Career Committee, so whether the General Manager would like to give a bit of an outline of that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. since I've been here, that committee has only met once, and that was in relation to scholarships that council provided to the CSU, Charles Sturt University. And so it really is just determining, once we have recommended students for the scholarships, confirming that we would support those students moving forward. So, as I said, it's only met once since I've been here at council.
Thank you. I know the Deputy Mayor and I sat on it previously, but if there's others, I mean, I'm happy to serve. The Deputy Mayor, you wish to move?
I'll move that the Mayor and Councillor Hawken be the delegates.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'm happy to accept. Councillor Hawken, do you accept the nomination?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yep, I accept the
Thank
nomination.
you. Thanks, Councillor Hawken. No further nominations? If not, then I declare the Mayor and Councillor Hawken elected to the Scholarship Career Sunset Committee. And thank you, Councillor Hawken. Let's now go to the Public Art Advisory Committee. Currently 2 councillors is in the policy. Public Art Committee. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to go on it. I don't have an artistic bone in my body, but I'll do it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bush. I appreciate fine art. I've been told I'm an artist of a different kind. Councillor Dukic.
Mayor Furman, I'm happy to sit on that one as well.
Excellent. Thank you. And just remember, these committees, councillors, the sunset there that can be set that will suit the members of that committee in terms of time and date. So thank you. We have Councillor Bushell and Councillor Dukic that have been nominated for that committee, and the nomination has come from, someone nominate them please, Deputy Mayor Councillor Sinclair. They've both accepted. There's no further nominations. I declare Councillor Bushell and Councillor Dukic duly elected to the Public Art Advisory Committee for the ensuing 12 months. Congratulations and thank you. Next we have the Street Lighting Committee that currently has 3 councillors that sit on that committee. So Councillor Bushell, you're interested. Others are, Councillor Judd is interested. Councillor Irvine, you're interested. Okay, well, we've got 3. Are there any others that are interested? If not, but remember, we're allowed to attend as observers and if we're not members. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councillor Judd, Councillor Irvine and myself, Councillor Bushell.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bushell has moved that way. I will put the motion. All those of that opinion, please say aye. Contrary, no. Declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. Now, for our new councillors, some of you may have heard, I think Councillor Mann has served on Section 355 committees. So you've read, no doubt, in your business paper, councillors, what a Section 355 Committee of Council is. So we go over to page 18. And this is, again, I remind you that where it has 2 or more councillors, yeah, we don't have to have that. We can have 1 and an alternate, but if you have a passion, then that's great. So let's start at the top of page 18, the Access and Equity Committee, the currently 2 councillors. Councillor Bushell, you're interested to sit on that committee. Thank you. Is there another? If not, is there an alternate that would like to put their hand up to be the alternate? Thank you, Councillor Smith. Can I have a mover, please, that Councillor Bushell be appointed as Council's representative on the Access and Equity Committee with Councillor Smith as the alternate? Thank you. Councillor Dukic has moved that way. Second of the Deputy Mayor.
We don't need motion.
Oh, sorry.
Isn't it just nominate? Yeah.
Oh, we're just nominated for this. Okay, okay, thank you. So they're duly appointed, I thank you. The Aerodrome Users Committee, and Councillor Judd is a long-serving chairman of that committee, and I think former Councillor Oliver served on that. I'll go to Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councillor Judd, and I think Councillor Smith was a few years ago too, so I'd like to nominate Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So Councillor Bushell has nominated Councillor Judd and Councillor Smith. Councillor Judd, do you accept? Thank you. Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith accepts. Further nominations? Thank you. So, Councillor Mann, you've been nominated. It meets, what, I think bi-monthly, Councillor Judd? Yeah.
So can you have 3 councillors, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, you can, if that's the will of council, Councillor Mann, yes. You're happy?
Yeah, I accept.
Excellent, thank you. So, Councillor Bushell, you're happy? Yes. Oh, sorry, we don't need the movers. So therefore, we have Councillor Judd, Councillor Mann, Councillor Smith that are appointed to the Aerodrome Users Committee for the ensuing 12 months. Congratulations and thank you, councillors. The Area Park Advisory Committee currently is Councillor Judd. Councillor Mann. Sorry, thank you. Councillor Judd, are you happy to serve?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So Councillor Judd is happy to serve. Any other nominations? If not, Councillor Judd, I declare you duly elected to serve as our delegate on the Area Park Advisory Committee, and thank you. The Area Park Pool Committee, currently 1 councillor. Councillor Judd is serving on that committee.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So Councillor Judd, any further nominations? If not, I declare Councillor Judd a representative on the Area Park Pool Committee. The Australia Day Council Committee, that's currently we've had 3, which has been myself, the Deputy Mayor and former Councillor Oliver. I'm very keen to continue. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Jukic, you're happy. Thank you. No further nominations? If not, and just a reminder on Australia Day, councillors, that us as 9 councillors are the judging panel for the awards of Citizen of the Year, Young Citizen and Event of the Year. So you'll be given those envelopes with ballot papers towards the end of the year, Mr Deputy Mayor. And so that's a very important job for us as councillors to do. So I declare the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Jukic duly elected to the Australia Day Committee, and thank you and congratulations. Go over to page 19, the Bundawarra Centre Management Committee. I think that formerly was former Councillor Oliver. And Councillor Smith, you're happy to go back? I think you were on that committee many years. So Councillor Smith is keen to serve. Is there others? If not, Councillor Smith, I declare you duly elected to the Bundawarra Centre Management Committee to represent Temora Shire Council. Thank you. We now go to the Friends of the Temora Shire Cemeteries Committee, currently 1 councillor. Again, a lot of great work done by this committee. Is there any councillor that is able to sit on that committee? Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to highlight that I'm on there as a volunteer. I can't get to their meetings, so that's why I don't attend their meetings. But I volunteer at the site regularly, so.
Yeah, thank you. So council does have a presence. So is there an interest at this point? Again, we can hold it over, and so if not at this time, we'll just hold that over, and we can come back to that in due course. Councillor Bushell.
If Merrill is willing to change the meetings one time per the year, I'll be the council delegate, but I can't get there every Monday.
Thank you. Well, perhaps there are discussions that can be had offline, Madam General Manager, with the Chairman of the committee. Okay, thank you. So we'll leave that in abeyance, remembering what Councillor Bushell's generous offer is. Thank you. So let's then go to the Heritage Committee. Currently 3 councillors that we've had sit on that committee. Would you put your hands up if you're interested to sit on that committee, please? Councillor Judd, thank you. Others? Councillor Bushell.
I just wanted to highlight, thank you, Mr Mayor, I wanted to highlight that I'm also just a volunteer with that. I do research when ad hoc.
Excellent, thank you. So no others. So knowing that Councillor Bushell is also involved with that, and then Councillor Judd sitting on that committee. Councillor Judd, would you like an alternate ideally? So when does the Heritage Committee currently meet, please, Mr Director of Environmental Services?
Usually the first Thursday of the month at noon.
Thank you. So is there someone prepared to be an alternate?
I'm not David Scope.
Look, I'm happy, Councillor Judd, for the 12 months to be your alternate. So I declare Councillor Judd the delegate and myself as the alternate delegate to the Heritage Committee. Thank you. Let's go to Imagine Temora, and we've had two councillors before, former councillors McLaren and Reinhold, and that is the overarching committee, of course, for the arts and cultural. So would someone like to put their hand up to sit on that committee as our delegate? Councillor Bushell.
Just a question, thank you, Mr Mayor. How often do they meet?
Thank
Please.
you. Who can answer that, please? So, the General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Usually I think it is once a month. I think it's 6 o'clock on a Tuesday from memory.
Thank
But I
you.
couldn't tell you which Tuesday of the month.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And on that question, you know how you have the absentee process when you're a delegate on this, do you get that 3 absentee error occur, or is that
And you're
only
off,
for-
you mean?
That-
So if you're absent from 3 meetings, that you're automatically
Yes.
off?
Is that the process for 355s?
Right. Thanks, Councillor Bushell. The General Manager.
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yep. Take that on notice. Thank you. As long as you put apology in. If you don't put an apology in, Councillor Bushell, then that's taken as being absent without leave. So, councillors, Imagine Temora. I think we do need at least one. And again, I know I look around the chamber and everyone is busy, and we understand that very much, but we do need to elect one. It's deadly silence. But you can manage that, Councillor Irvine, with the declaration process, though.
Time if you're doing PA jobs and all the rest of it out after the meeting, so it's pointless. I excused myself from. I actually gave up a PA job out at.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor Irvine, your microphone, please. Thank you.
I had an opportunity to do a paying PA job out at the production held out at the Bundawarra Centre when all that grant money was being distributed. So it has too much of an impact on your earning capabilities when you've got to keep knocking back work because you've got conflicts and you're trying to pay off gear and all the rest of it, so it's just too difficult.
Yeah, no. Thanks, Councillor Irvine. Look, we understand. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd be willing to put my hand up, but I possibly wouldn't be able to commit to every month. And that's the honesty that I could put towards.
Yeah, no, thanks, Councillor Bushell. We're conscious of everyone's workload. Do we have, Madam General Manager, a staff? Oh, so the staff member is the Community Development Officer. However, it would be ideal, Madam General Manager, to have a councillor rep. Is that what I'm of the understanding?
Through you, Mr Mayor, this particular committee do make decisions regarding its financials in terms of they've got money allocated through the budget. So ideally it would be good to have a councillor on it. However, having a staff representative does help that communication between council and the committee.
And that report comes back to this council through the information paper that we can analyse their business through that process. So, a council is happy then that for this 12 months that the officer, Mrs Ward, be our representative. So we're happy with that for this 12 months? Okay, and we'll revisit this space in 12 months' time. Thank you. So we appoint Mrs Ward as our council representative for the 12 months. Lakes and Tannery Management Committee, Currently, we've had one councillor and alternate. I think the Deputy Mayor was and former Councillor Oliver. I know Councillor Mann served many, many years on that, not wanting to lean on him, but Councillor Mann, are you interested in making a comeback? Or so you're happy to be the council rep? Thank you. Deputy Mayor? Thank you. So the Deputy Mayor has agreed to be Councillor Mann's alternate. No other nominations? Lakes and Tenerife Management? If not, I declare Councillor Mann our delegate and the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, the alternate. And thank you, gentlemen. Let's go over to page 20, the Sister City Committee. We had one councillor, which was former Councillor Good, and I was his alternate. And we have a staff representative of the Community and Cultural Officer, Mrs Ward. Is someone prepared to put their hand up for that committee? And that meets only as required. I think the delegation left, when they left this week or next week? Next week. To Uzumazaki in Japan. So anybody able to sit on that? Councillor Judd.
Well, I suggest that Jason Good be added to as a citizen rep to that committee, please.
Thank you. So councillor happy that we add former Councillor Good as a member of that committee. Thank you. So we appoint Mr Good. Now councillor, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
That committee we only meet a couple of times a year, 2 or 3 times at most, wouldn't it normally?
Yeah.
I'll sit on that then.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor has agreed to be Council's delegate. I'm happy to be your alternate, Mr Deputy Mayor. So we declare the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, appointed as our Sister City Committee delegate, and thank you. We now go to the Springdale Community Committee, which previously was former Councillor Oliver, and I think before that was Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith, you're happy to be our rep on that committee? Thank you. Other nominations? If not, I declare Councillor Smith duly appointed for the ensuing 12 months. Sorry, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
I can just be an alternate if that was necessary.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Smith, would you like an alternate?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So if Councillor Smith can't attend, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, is the alternate. No other nominations? Thank you. Declare those gentlemen duly elected. We now go to the Temora Agriculture Innovation Centre Partnership Committee. So that comprises of the CEO of FarmLink, Mr Morgan, 3 FarmLink board members, staff members including the General Manager, our Senior Accountant, the Economic Development Manager, and we've had 3 councillors, which from memory was the Deputy Mayor, I think was the Chairman of that committee, Councillor Judd and former Councillor McLaren. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, you're happy?
I'll stand on that.
Thank you. Councillor Judd, thank you. Others? No, so we're happy with 2. Okay, thank you. So, sorry. Oh, I beg your pardon, we do need 3.
For equality in voting.
Oh, for equality in voting, okay. So we do need another, so when do they meet as a rule, Madam General Manager? Oh, sorry, before I go to the General Manager, I'll go to the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, it's normally supposed to be 4 times a year, I think. 3. Oh, no, that's right. Since it's gone back to the licence of arrangements to, yeah.
Okay, so far we have nominated the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair and Councillor Judd. Further nominations? So Councillor Mann, you're happy to be the 3rd councillor, thank you. Any further noms? If not, I declare the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, Councillor Judd, Councillor Mann as our 3 councillors to sit on that important partnership committee. Thank you very much. We now go to the Temora District Sports Council that myself and former Councillor Oliver sat on, and just noting that other councillor, if there is one, would then form part of the executive committee of that body. And now, Councillor Dukic, you mentioned the other day that you may be interested. Does that enthusiasm still continue?
Yes, Mayor Furman.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dukic. So myself and Councillor Dukic, any further nominations? Not, so I declare those duly appointed. Thank you. Let's go over to page 21. This is a very highly sought after position, the Temora Fight the Fruit Fly Committee, and currently has one councillor. I know Councillor Smith, you used to be on it many years ago.
I've still been on.
Oh, you've still been on it, I beg your pardon.
But some of these people are on.
Councillor Smith, sorry. You've got to get in the habit again.
Yep. Some of the people that are on this committee are now deceased. Quite a number of them.
Right, thank you. Well, Councillor Smith, then, if there's no further nominations, I'll ask the General Manager to please take that offline and discuss with you, and we apologise, of course, to the families involved. So I declare Councillor Smith appointed as our Fight the Fruit Fly Committee representative. It's a tongue twister. We now go on to the Temora, but they do just great work, I might add. They do great work, yeah. We go on to the next committee, the Temora Women's Network Committee. There is, as you see there, a staff member that also sits on that, and I think former Councillor Reinhold sat on that committee. So do our lady councillors wish to go on? If not, we do have a staff member that sits on there, and again, their meetings are fed back through this council for us to consider their deliberations. So, okay, so we'll have Mrs. Ward, the officer, appointed to that committee. Thank you. Next one, we have the Temora Town Hall Theatre Management Committee, and I think former Councillor Reinhold was also on that. Again, the theatre doing some great work. Actually, the staff, we have the Director of Environmental Services, of course, is in charge of that, and he sits on that committee, of course, and the chairman is, I think, Mr. Player. The Director.
Now, we've had a change, and it escapes me. Recently occurred. I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. Councillors, anyone that would like to sit on that committee for the 12 months? If not, Mr. Director, you're happy to represent Temora Shire Council?
Yes, but they do really appreciate a council involvement if someone changes their mind later on.
Thank you. And again, this is those that aren't filled. If some councillors have reconsider within the next 12 months, to let us know and we can appoint them at the appropriate time. So we'll leave that, of course, in abeyance. Let's now go to the Temora Arts Centre Committee, and we had previously a councillor and an alternate. Now that is the Management Committee, the Temora Arts Centre Management Committee. Is there a councillor that would like to sit on that committee? Councillor Judd? Oh, of course. Nominations, when do they meet, please, Madam Director of Administration Finance?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe it's every second month.
Oh, every second month?
On a Monday evening.
Well, lucky you, Councillor Judd, you're a Rotarian, you meet on Monday, so you are genuinely off the hook. So who sits on there from the staff, please, Madam Director?
The Arts Centre Manager, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Well, it probably should be noted on this, please. Thank you. Well, so councillors, we do have the manager that sits on there. If we don't have a councillor rep at the moment, we can leave that also in abeyance. Thank you. So, but again, keeping in mind, the reports come through to you to determine whether you approve them, amend them, or reject them. Well, that's all the committee list, Madam General Manager. Anything further? Because I'll call for a resolution. We've concluded. So could I please have a motion to formally appoint those members to those committees and delegates? Thank you. Councillor Judd. Councillor Dukic moved, seconded. Discussion. Again, in discussion, councillors, that if any one of you think on reflection, please let us know and we can nominate you for those current vacant committee positions at the appropriate time. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion to you. All those of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Declare the motion carried. I thank you very, very much. Now, let's go over to page 27. Oh, sorry, motion to receive staff reports, please. Thank you, Councillor Bushell. Councillor Hawken moved, seconded. All those of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Page 27, the General Manager's report, 13.1. Council nominated member for Regional Planning Panel, the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The New South Wales Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure have requested that council put forward who their nominated members are of the Southern Regional Planning Panel. And what we have done previously is had the panel nominees for us being Mr. Tony Donoghue, who is the General Manager at Coolman Shire, as a member, with Mr. Colby Farmer as the alternate member, but we do also need to nominate a councillor member to the panel as well as an alternate to that particular panel. The Regional Planning Panel gets together for state significant developments and meets as required in relation to those types of developments.
Thank you, Madam General Manager, and also a 3-year term.
Yes, we are recommending a 3-year term, yes.
Thank you. Councillors, I think previously we've had Councillor Judd that served on that, so I don't know how onerous it is, Councillor Judd, but I'll go to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
Mr Mayor, I was just going to nominate Councillor Judd for the position.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. So, Councillor Judd, you've been nominated as the Temora Shire Councillor member to sit on that Regional Planning Panel. And, just that's for the, to sit on the panel, and we also need to nominate an alternate. So I'll deal with the nomination of Councillor Judd to sit on as a member of the panel. Councillor Judd, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, Mr Mayor, just a bit of background. The panel usually, I don't know what the figure is now, but for some time it was any DAs or projects over 25 million that were out of the hands of local councils. And I think in my time we've done about 3. I think most of them being the solar farms that have been in that category.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Judd. Do I have a seconder for the nomination of Councillor Judd? Thanks, Councillor Smith. Moved and seconded. Sorry, also, does the move and seconder happy to incorporate?
You can just do nominations first.
I beg pardon?
Might be best just.
Oh, yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you. So, I'm going to put.
No, what we need is an alternate.
We need an alternate, please, to Councillor Judd. So, could I have a nomination as the alternate, please? So, Councillor Bushell. So, Councillor Bushell, you're expressing an interest to serve in that alternate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm expressing interest, yes.
Thank you, and I note the Deputy Mayor has nominated you for that. Thank you. Other nominations for the alternate delegate? No? Okay, so therefore we have a recommendation there on your screens that now read that 1, nominate Councillor Judd as a member of the Regional Planning Panel and Councillor Bushell as the alternate member 2, that council nominate Mr Tony Donoghue, the General Manager of Temora Shire, I beg your pardon, he wishes, of Coolman Shire as a member with Mr Colby Farmer as alternate, and 3, advise the New South Wales Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure that these nominations are for a period of 3 years. So could I have a mover for that motion, please? Thank you. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, seconder for the motion, please. Thank you. Councillor Mann, moved, seconded, discussion. There's no discussion. I'll put the motion. All those of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Declare that motion carried. Thank you very much. And congratulations, Councillor Judd, and also thank you, Councillor Bushell, for putting your hand up as the alternate. We now proceed to page 29, 13.2, delegations to the Mayor, still in the hands of the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Within 12 months of the election of a new council, the council needs to determine or review the delegations of council. We felt it was prudent to bring the delegations for the Mayor to the first meeting of council so that it is clear around what the specific delegations are for the Mayor for the term of council. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. The councillors, you have the report there for you to consider and a recommendation to consider. Thank you. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bushell has moved the recommendation, that is, the delegations for the Mayor detailed in the attached report be endorsed by Council. Is there a seconder for the motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Jukic. Moved, seconded. Discussion? There's no discussion. I'll put the motion to you. All those of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go over to page 35, 13.3, using countbacks to fill casual vacancies. The General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I might refer this one to the Director of Administration and Finance.
Thank you. Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this is a relatively new option available for council, and it just means that if something happens and we have a councillor resign or pass away, for instance, within the first 18 months of the council term, we can go back to a countback, and it avoids council having to go through the process of a by-election. But in order to use the countbacks to fill casual vacancies, we're required to make this resolution that's set out in your business paper. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Madam Director. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In light of trying to save us money, I would like to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bushell. Is there a seconder for the motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Jukic. Moved, seconded. Discussion on the motion. I go to Councillor Irvine.
Just a question to the Director of Admin and Finance. So that covers the first 18 months. There's a 4-year term. So if a position was to become vacant after that, what's the expectations, please?
Thank you, Councillor Irvine. The Director.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So if after the 18 months we're forced to go to a by-election, or I know some councils recently have, if it's close to the next local government election, they leave that position vacant for some time.
Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you, Councillor Irvine. I go to Councillor Judd. Discussion on the motion.
To the Director, on our last term, the first period was 12 months, but there was also a clause last time about the last 12 months of a term that you didn't have to go to a by-election, had the option, I think, as well. What's happened to that clause?
Thank you, Councillor Judd. The Director.
I'd have to take that on notice, Councillor Judd, but this using countbacks to fill the casual vacancies is only for that first 18 months. I'd have to look into what the options are in the last 12 months of the term. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you, Councillor Judd. Further discussion on the motion, that is from Councillor Bushell, Councillor Jukic, that we adopt the recommendation that is on your business papers on your screen. No further discussion. Not, I'll put the motion to you. All those of that opinion, please say aye. The contrary, no. Declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. Over to page 36, 13.4, acknowledgement and endorsement of policies. The General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At our councillor induction day on Monday, there was quite a lot of reference to various policies of council. This particular report is asking council to acknowledge and endorse the policies that are probably most relevant or most related to the role of councillor. We provide those as hard copy under separate cover and are available for councillors' reference on the website and also through the Councillor Hub. But we are asking that these be acknowledged and endorsed by the council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam General Manager. Councillors, you have the report there and recommendation at the bottom of page 37 for you to consider. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
Mr Mayor, I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor is moving the recommendation that Council acknowledge and endorse the policies as listed from 1 to 8. Seconder for the motion, please. Thank you, Councillor Hawken. Moved. Seconded. Discussion. Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So clarity on these aren't amended policy, they're just an acknowledgement, so we don't go to advertising for a period. They're already in existence, it's just for us to acknowledge, is that correct?
Thank you. The General Manager.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, where there have been any small or slight review or amendments, they're the ones that can be amended under delegation to the General Manager. So there may be some very, very minor variations to previous versions that you've seen, but that would only be for those policies that sit within the realm of the General Manager's delegation. Anything that would require that have required change and needs to be reported to council would be reported to council, and there's been no changes to them. So, for example, the Code of Conduct and procedures for the administration of the Code of Conduct, there would be no changes to what you've seen previously. But as I said, I do believe we made some slight tidy-ups to the social media policy, and that was really just the way in which the structure of the policy was prepared, and also some clarity around what is social media in one of the definitions. But that is within the delegation of the General Manager to amend that policy.
Thank you, Madam General Manager. You're happy, Councillor Bushell? Thank you. Further discussion on the motion that's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, and seconded Councillor Hawken, that we adopt the recommendation on the bottom of page 37, the top of page 38. Councillor Irvine.
And I suppose it's taken as a given that the endorsement lapses the moment that they're changed significantly. The Code of Conduct's under review, so I don't know, it'll be a slow process, but there will be change. So I imagine we're endorsing what's in existence at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Irvine. The General Manager.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Again, the Code of Conduct and also the procedures I anticipate will change, but also as a result of that review, some of the other related policies may also change, and if that occurs, that will be reported back to Council. I'd anticipate that there will be model Code of Conduct and model procedure changes for all councils to consider.
Thank you, Madam General Manager. Thank you, Councillor Irvine. Councillors, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to put the motion to you. All those of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Page 39, 13.5, still in the General Manager's report, endorsement of amended Code of Meeting Practice. The General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Code of Meeting Practice that is before Council's consideration has had some minor changes to it, and so I'm drawing those to the attention of Council. The changes proposed are not significant, and so it doesn't require the policy to be put back out on public exhibition. And further to Councillor Irvine's inquiry previously, these are under review, and so the Code of Meeting or the model Code of Meeting Practice is anticipated to change, and so it didn't seem the right time to put a full review of that particular code to council. So the two minor amendments were around making it really clear about what the amended deadline for the submission of notice of motions is, so that we've got a time frame for those submissions. And then the other minor addition is the inclusion of the statement of ethical obligations in the business paper moving forward. That is a recommendation of ICAC, and so that has been included within the policy.
Thank you, Madam General Manager. I'll go to Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bushell. You're moving the recommendation, page 40, that Council endorse the amended Code of Meeting Practice and Attachment 1. Thank you. Seconder for the motion, please. Deputy Mayor, Councillor
I'll second it, but I just
Sinclair.
want to make one small.
The Deputy Mayor, you have the call.
Page 39 under Temora Shire Council's Code of Meeting Practice, under item 1, where it states that meetings be held at 12 noon, the Wednesday of the week before the meeting. Could that add it in there, which is be 12 noon, 8 days before the meeting to be held, which is normally a Wednesday.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. The seconder, Councillor Bushell, you're happy with that? The General Manager, you're happy?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. That was raised on Monday at the induction session, and I think should a council meeting not be held on a Thursday, I think that absolutely makes it clear when it's required. The important component from the staff perspective was the time, so having the 12 noon noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam General Manager. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Councillors, you've heard the motion. There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion to you. All those of that opinion, please say aye. The contrary, no. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. And councillors, just on that, we do have the meeting code there, or the current one, and this council has always been relaxed. Instead of one speaker for and against, we've always chosen to allow councillors to have their say as long as we keep the meeting rolling. However, we will enforce that if we feel that we need to, if there's a contentious issue or something like that. But I believe that this council will allow us to continue that more relaxed way of how we debate. Of course, the formality of titles and positions and etc. of course are important, but we know that there'll be another amended document coming in due course. So thank you very, very much for that. Thank you. We now go all the way over to page 99, 13.6, endorsement for public exhibition, council expenses. The General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This particular policy was quite recently reviewed by the last term of council. It is a requirement that it be reviewed and exhibited within 12 months of each council election, and so we have put this policy up for council's consideration. This one is required to go out on exhibition. It is a requirement under the regulations for this particular policy. Should councillors wish to make a submission on the policy, they are welcome to do so. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Madam General Manager. Councillors, you have the report and its recommendation there for you to consider. I go to Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bushell has moved the recommendation, seconded.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair, moved, seconded. Is there discussion? Discussion on the motion, Councillor Bushell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's always interesting putting this policy out for public exhibition. There's lots of debate out and about from our community. people seem to think that we lodge and make claims all the time, but I just want to clarify that not all of us make claims for expenses. So, but it's there to provide that support.
Thanks, Councillor Bushell. That's very, very true, that it is available. And I know that there's many that don't take up what they need to, but also everyone's in a different financial situation. So it is there for those in a genuine way that require it. And again, if the newer councillors need that further clarified, then please make sure you talk with us. So the motion has been moved. Of course, the recommendation that we place it on public exhibition for 28 days and further, if no submissions are received, makes the policy as adopted. And that was moved Councillor Bushell, seconded the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair. No further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. I think that's it. Well, councillors, you've done very well. Is there any? We don't have any business with notice. Any urgent business without notice? There's no. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sinclair.
Might be, Mr Mayor, suggested maybe explain that.
Yes, really thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. So to our newer councillors, that usually at the end of our open session that we either can receive business with notice, notice of motion, etc., or if we do, then we deal with it. If we don't, then we go to urgent business, which has to be genuinely urgent business of council, that in terms of timing, etc., and genuinely urgent. If it isn't urgent, it can't be heard. Years ago, that just used to be anything that we wanted to raise, which, well, I thought was really good, actually. Each councillor would have a say about what was happening in their neck of the woods, and I thought it was great. However, unfortunately, that's not permissible under the code. So that's just a very brief overview of what urgent business without notice is. And generally, there's nothing, but sometimes there may well be, and that's there. And if you're in doubt, again, just talk to us, because we're always there to help each other. Now, there being no further business, I thank you very much, pardon me, for your attendance. And there being no further business to be considered by council, I declare this meeting closed. Thank you.